That should work now. I might have had the mic too far away from my face. Yeah, I'm gonna just move this from my face. Move this shit like right here. That better? Sí. Gracias. What up, Mage System? Oh man, I'm finally actually using my keyboard and mouse. Start the day off with a dab.
You saw the ruins. Institute City. The mausoleum of the sinners who caused the fires of Ibis. The coral's right there, waiting. Arquebus has ordered us to discontinue the survey and hand things over to their own AC squad. 621. We're done with the corporations. Wipe out the Arquebus AC squad and get to the coral first. When this job is over, I'll tell you about the last of my friend's requests.
But I have to go for speed on this one. What's up, Major System? I think I'm gonna have to prioritize speed. Very least. Heavy power.
621. From here on out, Never mind. Just trust your instincts.
Your voices are so close now. This is my home.
Main system.
What up, Fat?
Combat mode.
Commence mission.
Let's go, Raven.
V2 Snail, come in. Requesting backup. We have insufficient force to ensure success.
These Institute relics are such pests. The independent mercenary. Decided to ignore Archivist's orders, did you?
V2 Snail, come in. The Raven has landed. Requesting backup.
Raylan was a sinking ship. The Archivist's stars on the rise. And me, I'll be well rewarded when I bring them your head on a silver platter. Yes. A small opportunity.
2 repair kits remaining.
Did I misread the signs?
Say that.
V2 Snail, come in. Friendly AC down. Requesting backup.
AP at 50%. AP at 30%.
Please, Snail, come in.
The Vespers left her for dead. Wasn't for me.
The Archivist AC squad has been joined.
Secure the area, 621. Looks like you're clear. Keep moving. The vascular plant. It's still here.
He must mean that gigantic structure in the distance.
What up, Nemo? We're having church.
Thomas grinder wheel.
AP at 50%.
That machine is running on stable energy for half a century. Perhaps it should be no surprise that humanity so desires coal.
Archivist must be tracking us by now.
Surviving.
Hurry, 621. Readings are off the chart. We're close.
This lake. It's all.
Here we are, 621. Archibus will be here soon. Investigate before they arrive. The coral's rising. It's building up faster than I'd expected.
Raven, I knew Walter was.
Wait, something's coming.
Unidentified machine overhead. A response. It's a sea weapon.
Magic the Gathering lesbian in a cemetery's chat. That's a pivotal role. Crucial role.
The Ibis series.
Is my audio okay? Is my mic okay?
Get ready, 621. One more job for you.
This is what the sea weapon has so far. It's not just powered by coal. It's controlled by coal too.
Listen up, 621. The Ibis series are no ordinary weapons. They're designed to prevent coral disasters. A security measure to keep Rubicon safe. And now their original masters are long gone. Destroy it before it destroys you.
AP at 50%. AP at 30%.
Raven, we're in danger.
Focus, 621. You have to focus.
AP at 50%.
621. Ah, damn it. Not like this.
Oh, they're not. They're not.
It's not just powered by coral. I think it's controlled by coral too.
Listen up, 621. The Ibis series are no ordinary weapons. They're designed to prevent coral disasters. A security measure to keep Rubicon safe. And now their original masters are long gone. Destroy it before it destroys you.
2 repair kits remaining. Light AP at 50%.
Damn. Go hit me with the Kamehameha wave.
AP at 50%.
I kill this fucking thing with numbers. Who's here?
AP at 30%.
Focus, 621. You have to focus.
Fucking it go.
Light shoulder ammunition depleted.
That's fun.
Damn it. Not like this.
No, I don't. I usually just let my friends tell me. Tech. Gathering tech. Let's keep fucking. Oh. My mic is not good. How about now? Hold up. How about now? Check, check. Swap mics. Okay. Check. Ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Okay. Damn. Why do I have to turn the gain like all the way up? I might need to get a new mic cable. Yeah, I think it's the mic cable. Keep the mics right there just in case. Let me put this pop filter back in the shit. Alright. Let me check my own audio really quick. Oh my goodness. Sounds fine. Alright, how about now? Alright, how about now? No noise suppression? No noise suppression? Really here. Let me see if I can some suppression. See if I can some suppression. Damn. Probably my PC fan. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to get some decent noise suppression happening here. Filters. What should I guess I should lower the open threshold. Feels like you're right in my room, yeah. Noise gate. Let's see. Noise suppression. There we go. Hey, there we go. Perfect. It's good now. Can I move? Let me see. Can I move my mic? Is my mic good this far away from my face too? Let me check my own audio. Magic. Let me check my own audio. Magic. Yes. Yes. There's still so much. I gotta treat the sound in this room. There's still so much. I gotta treat the sound in this room. There's still so much. There's hella echo in here, but it's okay. There's hella echo in here, but it's okay. All right. I turned the gain down on my audio interface just a smidge. I don't know why that shit's like that. I gotta. Brothers opens at noon today. I gotta get a new mic cable and instrument cable and some guitar strings. All right, here we go.
It's not just powered by Coral. I think it's controlled by Coral too.
I also have a completely different audio interface that my roommate let me borrow. I should probably be using. I should try.
Designed to prevent coral disasters. A security measure to keep Argon safe. Now their original masters are long gone. Destroy it before it destroys you.
2 repair kits remaining. AP at 50%. AP at 30%.
Focus.
That's how I killed this fucker last time. I know it's got the second health bar. Let me go ahead and heal up now so I don't get clapped with any insta claps.
Wait. It's coming back.
It's reactivating.
Is this what the Ibis series is?
Talking about being the best chef in the world. Lil B is the best chef in the world.
Power from its environment. It won't stop until we destroy its generator.
That's not good. It's quite bad, actually. This motherfucker's in my ear. And fucking- I need you talking to me like you're talking me through it, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's weird. Trying to fight this boss.
The sea weapons of the Warriors. It's not just powered by Coral. I think it's controlled by Coral too.
Listen up, 61. The Ibis series are no ordinary weapons. They're designed to prevent coral disasters. A security measure to keep Rubicon safe. Now their original masters are long gone. Destroy it before it destroys you.
2 repair kits remaining. AP at 50%. AP at 30%.
Jesus.
Not like this.
Sunday service. This is the Sunday service, Spyro.
Powered by Coral. It's controlled by Coral too.
Listen up, 61. The Ibis series are
Should have dumped my shit early, too.
They're designed to prevent coral disasters. A security measure to keep Rubicon safe. Now their original masters are long gone. Destroy it before it destroys you.
Sure.
I know we can find a way.
1 repair kit remaining.
It's definitely not good.
AP at 50%.
Keep it up, 61. We can't take much more of this.
AP at 30%.
We're in danger.
Focus, 61. You have to focus.
AP at 50%.
They get clapped by the second health bar, so.
Enemy Coral response. Silent.
Wait. It's coming back.
It's reactivating.
Oh shit, you got the torrent.
Is this what the Ibis series is truly capable of?
It's resting. Coral. Drawing power from its environment. It won't stop until we destroy its generator.
Just gotta keep on it. Hit it with the back hook. The lads.
Listen up, 61. The IBIS series are no ordinary weapons. They're designed to prevent coral disasters, a security measure to keep Rubicon safe. But now their original masters are long gone. Destroy it before it destroys you.
Taking damage, Raven. We won't get many chances to roll the
Keep it up, 61. We can't take much more of this.
There we go.
enemy coral response. Silent.
Wait. It's coming back.
It's reactivating.
Is this what the IBIS series is truly capable of?
It's resonating with the core, drawing power from its environment. It won't stop until we destroy its generator.
Oh!
Not like this.
Fuck. That sucks. I ruined a fucking awesome run. Reaction content.
Powered by coral. I think it's controlled by coral too.
Listen up, 61. The IBIS series are no ordinary weapons. They're designed to prevent coral disasters, a security measure to keep Rubicon safe. But now their original masters are long gone. Destroy it before it destroys you.
AP at 30%.
Focus, 621. You have to focus.
AP at 50%. No repair kits remaining.
Oh, this was an ass, man.
AP at 50%. AP at 36.
61! Damn it. Not like this.
Powered by coral. I think it's controlled by coral too.
Listen up, 621. The IBIS series are no ordinary weapons. They're designed to prevent coral disasters, a security measure to keep Rubicon safe. But now their original masters are long gone. Destroy it before it destroys you. 621!
Dog, how?
Damn it. Not like this.
My dummy thick cheeks is getting clapped. Oh yeah, I was dropping thirst traps. Motherfuckers were doing weird shit. The flamethrower did work. I've been like I brute forced with the flamethrower like the entire fucking my entire first run. The bag cook is nasty. I just have to hit the stagger. That's the only issue at this point.
Powered by Coral. I think it's controlled by Coral too.
It keeps dodging all the stuff I had brought to knock stagger.
The Ibis series are no ordinary weapons. They're designed to prevent coral disasters. A security measure to keep the Rubicon safe. But now their original masters are long gone. Destroy it before it destroys you.
Oh my god.
AP at 50%. AP at 30%.
61. Damn it. Not like this.
Down bad awooga ooga is right. And also definitely weird. It's absolutely an adjective that you could use. That shit was hella weird. A racially ambiguous awooga awooga.
Powered by Coral. I think it's controlled by Coral too.
West Loop 61. The Ibis series are no ordinary weapons. They're designed to prevent coral disasters. A security measure to keep the Rubicon safe. Now their original masters are long gone. Destroy it before it destroys you.
2 repair kits remaining.
That shit hits like a truck.
AP at 50%.
Keep it up, 61. Can't take much more of this.
1 repair kit remaining. AP at 30%.
Focus, 61. You have to focus. 61. Damn it. Not like this.
Maybe I try something else. Maybe I give that a shot. Because it'll also reduce my weight significantly. Also, this. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck was going on.
Powered by Coral.
West Loop 61. The Ibis series are no ordinary weapons. They're designed to prevent coral disasters. A security measure to keep the Rubicon safe.
Somebody in chat was definitely tripping.
Masters are long gone. Destroy it before it destroys you.
2 repair kits remaining.
Every time I get hit with that Kamehameha wave, it's over. I feel like that was working for me. Oh, that's I didn't see that.
Listen up, 61. The IMUS series are no ordinary weapons. They're designed to prevent coral disasters. A security measure to keep Rubicon safe. But now their original masters are long gone. Destroy it before it destroys all. 61.
Shit.
Damn it. Not like this.
What up, Enforced? You can barely remember anything. Sheesh, I had it. Yo, roofied. You alright? You okay, bud? You gonna be alright? Call it the roofie. Roofie.
Powered by Coral. I think it's controlled by Coral too.
Yo, hit up Black Dog.
Listen up, 61. The IMUS series are no ordinary weapons. They're designed to prevent coral disasters. A security measure to keep Rubicon safe. Now their original masters are long gone. Destroy it before it destroys you.
I ain't know you know Black Dog.
AP at 30%.
Raven, we're in danger.
Focus, 61. You have to focus.
No repair kits remaining.
Keep it up, 61. Can't take much more of this.
AP at 50%.
I was drinking. Yesterday he had over half a fifth.
Wait. It's coming back.
It's reactivating.
It's not gonna do it. Guitar stand got here. Also, let me open my Discord. I keep forgetting to do that every time I play now. Alright, I'm in there. You can jump in, I'll drag you in whenever. This is my I was talking about buying big boy things, like being a real musician and stuff last night. This is one of those things. Actual stand for my guitar. Much better. Six strings, because why the fuck do I need more than six? If I want to tune low, I'll just tune the whole guitar low. I don't need more strings.
Year. What's up?
What's poppin'?
I've recently found my niche on Twitter and what I like talking about with motherfuckers, so like I'm about to invade your space with that.
Alright. Nah, I'm not interested in seven strings. Drop D is cool. I prefer drop B or B flat, but most of the stuff I play these days is C standard. Why do I need more than four? That's an excellent question. Max Cavalera from Sepultura says he doesn't need more than four, and I kind of agree with him, if we're being perfectly honest. But yeah, what Twitter things did you discover, Pyro?
One of the things, well, first of all, out of like the complete surprise to me is that like out of all my engagements talking to any of these political goofies, my highest engagement unironically came from like commenting on Fiona and Cake, because like I started watching that shit. Bro, I'm not even gonna lie, if you don't watch Adventure Time, or if you you old like us and you remember that shit, watch Fiona.
I remember it,
Like,
but I wasn't I didn't follow it closely.
nah, that's fair. That's fair. And like I just watched it. Like I watched Adventure Time way back in the when, and it's like I'm liking a new series. I commented on that, and like I'm still getting likes and like retweets and shit like that from like shit I did 4 days ago. So it's like I'm just geeking on that shit. It's fun getting into arguments with people over dumb shit and then like not being called Blitler because I disagreed with him.
Yeah, what a concept.
Yeah, it's a wild concept. Jack Daniels. I got a buddy that helps me deal with political bullshit too. His name is Evan Williams.
See, y'all, I can't do the dark liquor. That shit fucked me up.
I'm only 24. I know, like, the moment I turn 26, it's over.
I constantly forget you're under 25. Yeah, you'll get there, bud.
I'm enjoying my body for, you know, as long as it's gonna take me.
Oh, enjoy yourself. I'm a whole 10 years older than you. That shit's kind of crazy.
Bro, it's wild. It's wild. But now I'm about to go and piss off, like, all the Godzilla fans on, like, Twitter. Because, like, someone's making an argument about, like, one of the latest movies being, like, pro-American nukes. And I'm like, I understand why we want to say no, but it's like, shortly after being hit with the Godzilla no-no bomb, like, this motherfucker rises up and then, like, he fucking goes into New York City or wherever the fuck, like, with a whole squad of, like, airplanes and shit behind him. Like, I don't know how much more rah-rah America you want to be after that. Like, it's not over the top where you got, like, the national anthem playing, but if I'm watching Godzilla walk into, like, beat up a monster and then all I see is, like, American aircrafts and, like, sci-fi shit, it's like,
I mean, but dead ass, that's all American cinema is anymore. That's all the Marvel movies were. It was just a giant fucking commercial for Northrop Grumman and fucking.
one of the things like when I started looking into, like, just how much the military is influencing movies and shit. Remember Captain America 2? What was it? Winter Soldier?
Yeah.
That one where they find out that, like, oh, the American government's been infiltrated by super secret Hydra Nazis. It's amazing that that one didn't have nearly as much as all that military shit, and it's for that reason. I found out that one of the things that, like, their buddies did when they were trying to get funding for that film was like, yo, you can't portray us as, like, the bad guys.
And that's why the comic didn't hit either. Did you read the comics?
Yeah, I got the comics on my bookshelf right now, right next to the Batman.
I didn't even bother snatching that one. I wanted to get that one, but I was like, you know what? I just know this shit's not gonna hit.
Yeah.
I wanted it, but I knew. There's certain ones that I had to get. Like I got when spoiler alert, it's a fucking decade old story arc at this point, but I got when Doc got clapped Spider-Man.
Bro, I love that one.
People were mad as fuck about that one. I remember that.
Yeah, people always, like, I found, like, comic books, movies, and shit like that, people always mad as fuck about some small change. One of my biggest gripes when it comes to changes they made from comic books is, like, Civil War, bro. Like, y'all really watered that shit down.
Yeah. Civil War got watered down. I mean, pretty much all the story arcs got watered down. Gore got Butcher got watered down. Venom obviously got watered down. Like, everything's gonna get watered.
Speaking of water, you gotta hydrate.
True. Cheers, y'all. Make sure you drink water.
Drink your water, it's good for you. Nah, Nemo, you bringing up, like, an exactly good point. It's just like, I don't know if it's just me getting into my age or I'm just like, damn, it's just not how it used to be. But it's like, yeah, a lot of movies, a lot of shows and shit that should be dealing with some interesting topics, like, they've just gone the complete other way. And it's like, what the fuck is this garbage? Like, what is this? Unironically, it's one of the reasons I'm watching, like, Fiona and Cake, a fucking, you know, animated show made for teenagers and shit. It's like, they're dealing with depression and all that, like, shit, just being trapped in your life, damn near better than anything I've seen, like, you know, for an adult. It's wild.
I don't have it's not that I don't have the time, I just that there's too much shit that's on my list to watch before I get there. So I'll get there eventually, but
I feel that. I just gave up on lists. Like, for me, it's, I can't list the shit I want to watch. Who I'm gonna watch it when I want to.
right. Season 5 Star Wars The Clone Wars, holy fuck, the D Squad episodes are so That shit, the Star Wars shit, sci-fi shit is so, that kind of shit is so much more subtle though, because it's all like you're not gonna straight up see a fucking F-36 in Star Wars. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think that's why Star Wars got away with it for as long as they did. With just like, man,
Uh,
look at the Empire. The Empire's so cool. Don't you want to be a Jedi and a Sith? And
Well,
it's
it's
like,
it's not that they got away with it. It's just that originally George Lucas had kind of an overtly anti-fascistic leaning towards his like the original trilogy and of course the prequel trilogy. The new trilogy is when it got co-opted and now they're like it's like when you started seeing Che Guevara t-shirts and shit. You know what I mean?
oh,
Where it's
I
like
mean, like the original, like not the movies themselves, because you were right about that.
Mhm.
I'm thinking about like how they did all the merchandising, like what they actually did the capitalism for. Like
Oh, right,
we
yeah.
never saw like the legions of fucking good guy Jedi's just it's always stormtroopers and the bad guys. Like when we go, it's like, look at the bad guys march. Wow, aren't the
It's
stormtroopers
very
fun? Oh
on
my
the
god,
nose, yeah.
it's Darth Maul, and it's like, aren't these the analogs for like horrible Nazi Vietnam War bad guys? And then now we're with like the new trilogy and all that shit, and it's like, yeah, it is.
Ridiculous. Why do I have dropped frames? Hold on. Let's see what's happening.
So I love the fact that the new Ashoka show really does do the whole, war is kind of necessary
Oh,
angle,
Jesus.
but like we got Andor where it's like, yo, here's a straight up
Like he's
revolution.
literally killing space Pinkertons. Like the fuck? Like, I don't know.
Like here is a straight up revolution. I like it when Star Wars goes that angle. I remember saying to a couple buddies, it's like, I like when Star Wars focuses on like the people who have to deal with all the magic motherfuckers, because like watching magic motherfuckers who are chosen at birth to be magic, it just ain't it for me anymore. I'm sorry. I'm
Right.
sorry.
Yeah, I definitely feel that. New Ahsoka show is good, but has a massive or is necessary and good angle to it. Yeah, so let's see. What up, Crown Emoji? Adventure Time is so worth the watch. Word, I'll check it out. Sorry, I'm building shit on my mech, but also I gotta roll this joint. So
I feel it.
um how's everybody feeling today? It's Sunday.
Oh man, I got work in an hour and I'm gonna be there till 8, so
Good morning. Hello.
bruh. Shut up, because I know like that's exactly how these fucking managers gonna be trying to talk to
Good
me when they get
morning.
it.
Sunday morning.
Good morning, Pyro. How are you feeling today, bitch? I'm tired. I'm hungry. I want to go home.
Sunday morning.
And you know it's gonna be bad as a
Hit you
football
with the
game
Nancy.
today.
Hit you with the Nancy Pelosi. Oh, the footy ball. Oh no.
I work in a bar. You know that shit's just about to be whack.
Yeah, I used to. For me, that shit was lit because I used to deliver pizzas. So motherfuckers be ordering wings and shit. That's when I would get the big old tippers. But
Yeah. He said tippers with a hard R.
yeah, because I mean, if they weren't calling me a hard R, that was a tip in and of itself in some of the areas. Huh? Dog, I need a new power supply. You can hear that shit. That shit sounds like a fucking 1996 Honda Civic.
That shit sound wild. Not even gonna lie.
You can hear that in Discord?
Yeah.
Hold up, let me see if I can, because I have a noise gate in
It's not that bad, but it's just like when there's
oh, okay. Yeah, I have a noise suppressor on my on OBS. So y'all can't hear it. I just realized I don't have it on Discord. I don't know what the fuck happened there. Not quite sure what the fuck happened there.
I just say leave it. If it ain't bothering anyone, it ain't bothering anyone.
It's, yeah, I guess. Damn, that shit. That shit sounds wild. I can hear it. I was because I just did a mic test in Discord. That shit.
Yeah.
It sounds like a fucking ceiling fan. Like your grandma. It sounds like grandma's ceiling fan. That shit's
I was
wild,
just
yo.
about to say a grandma ceiling fan that ain't been cleaned in like 20 fucking years.
Yeah, I can't have my PC sound like grandma's ceiling fan. I gotta fix that in my next paycheck.
When I'm just gonna end up getting an entirely new PC when I do. Like I already know, I'm just not dealing with like this specific one anymore.
Trying to see if this game is worth playing. It's one of my favorite games of all time. I'm gonna point
If you're
the.
talking about Armored Core, then yeah, it's definitely worth playing it. Just make sure your shit can run that fucker.
I'm gonna put the joint up really quick and show you play just so you can see why it's worth it. But yeah, it's easily one of my favorite games of all time. Shit.
The IBIS series are no ordinary weapons. They're designed to prevent core disasters. A security measure to keep
This is one of those moments where
now their original masters are long gone.
I guess in the background it kind of grounds you,
Yeah.
really give you that giant robot feel. Because that's one thing that kind of was the thing that I didn't really like about Gundam Evolution. That this game does a much better job of is like still making you feel like you're in a giant robot.
Yeah, Gundam Evolution was compared to this, I've been playing it on my PS5. Like Gundam Evolution just feels way too slow, while this
Yeah.
one you could argue it feels way too fast.
I like the way that Gundam Evolution's combat feels because it feels very deliberate. But yeah, what was I gonna say? They put heavy arms in the game, so I might pick it up again because that's my favorite Gundam.
Nice.
Not even
I
just
want
heavy arms; they put heavy arms custom in that bit.
I want them to do something when it comes to like these Gundam games. I know they're never gonna do.
What's that?
I want them to put the fucking Pacific Rim mechs in there.
Yeah, they're not. I'm probably not gonna do that. That'd be dope. It'd be tight just to have like a kaiju game.
I'm not even thinking of kaiju. Like I'm thinking like the mechs themselves. Like they would be some pretty good low tier mechs in this game. They're nothing special like with what you're working with or what you're fighting, but like I could see those being some good starters. Or maybe like Gundam Evolution. Maybe not Armored Core, but like Gundam Evolution. I feel like they could fit there.
Definitely in Gundam. Maybe, well, depending on what universe, Gundam, some of the Gundams could fit in with Armored Core as well. Like, Gundam and Armored Core are literally the same company. It's Bandai.
Oh yeah, that's right.
At 30%.
But no, I'm not even gonna lie. If I got a kaiju game like Armored Core, I'd be fucking with that shit all day, every day.
I feel like you take it for granted if you had it. Like, I would get bored. It's like driving a car, you know what I mean? When you first turn 18,
Yeah.
you get the whip, and you're like, fuck yeah, you're trying to drive all the time. By the time you're 40, you're like, damn it, I have to drive to go get bread.
I put it like this: like if we got a kaiju game like this, like Armored Core, I don't think people would be getting tired of it anytime soon because all of the fighting games we had in the past are just kind of dog shit.
This,
like
honestly,
Control, like they're dog shit.
this isn't like a kaiju game couldn't feel like this. It would have to be way more, like I would be thinking more along the lines like a Gears of War. Like it would have to be way less floaty than this. For like this is fantasy. Like literally like space magic robots.
Listen, I'm gonna say right now, like, you don't know your kaiju, bro. This could work. You got a flying turtle who was created on the island of Atlantis to protect all the children of the world. Like, Space Ghidorah who can warp black holes and
That's
gravity.
yeah, that's true, but like I don't know,
Alien
dog. Like
mech
this,
kaiju with saws in their bodies. Like, you could work with the fantasy.
yeah, but
kaiju themselves.
Godzilla is not fucking like doing chain dodges. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. It just it
No,
doesn't.
yeah, you're right. He doing kangaroo kicks and shit like that.
Yeah,
Like,
they're doing like full fucking wind up Popeye swings at each other. You know what I mean? With like earth shattering impacts. I'm literally on here doing fucking Goku dodges at these fucking laser beams. Like I don't know.
I'll put it like this. I get where you coming from, where it comes from the movies, because like you never see Godzilla doing any of this shit except for maybe like Final Wars. But I do think like if you gave me some of the controls, maybe not the exact movements, but like some of the speed, some of the agility, like yeah, I could play a game like this if it were like monsters and shit. I do get what you're saying with like this shit I'm watching right now. This motherfucker hopping in the air, throwing down like 18 motherfucking
Yeah,
lasers
no,
at
that's
you,
what I'm saying.
zigzagging
Like
and zooming all.
saying kaiju. Like this is Battlestar Galactica. You know what I'm saying? Like this is
Yeah.
something different.
But I just mean like in this vein where it's like actually fleshed out. But like given like it's a fantasy thing, this is definitely something that can only be achieved with like Armored Core effects.
Word.
You right.
He's fucking speaking of chain dodges. This fucker.
I think I'm just looking at like you get this
Yeah.
big ass kind of open worldish arena, like the details of ooh.
Let me heal up so I don't fuck it up. Still got two repair kits. Let's go. The second health bar, yo. I'm so happy that this is the only boss in this game with the second fucking health bar.
Is this what the Ibis series is truly capable of?
Because FromSoft could really be whipping my ass with the second health bars in this game if they wanted to.
Speaking of Gears of War, you gotta do a Gear session sometime.
I'm for it. That was the first game I ever competed in.
Oh shit, bro. I was there from the beginning. That original 2006 launch to
Me too.
waiting for Gear 6, bro. Like I'm still here.
I have fawning love affair for that game. I had my first job. I was a senior in high school. Oh fuck. Oh my god. This motherfucker's in my ear like I'm bottoming. So I'm a senior, a junior. I'm a senior in high school. And it's my first job. I'm a senior. I'm driving by myself. I just got my driver's license. Oh my god. And so I'm able to like buy M-rated games by myself for the first time too. And GameStop was you know, they had the little midnight teaser. It wasn't even like a demo or anything like that. It was just like a teaser
I
video
remember.
with Cliffy B and like showing it to you and shit. And it was not at our GameStop, but it was at the upstairs GameStop that was bigger and nicer with more TVs and shit. And I just remember that was like my first experience with like the GameStop crew of like being one of the grunts for that company and us just having like a big ass party with watching that and like being super psyched for that game. Then it finally came out, and because it was you know, a Cliffy B joint, it was an epic joint, Unreal Engine. We were nice as fuck at it. Me and the homies were on the game battle shits, doing our little game battles tournaments on it and shit. And there was a IRL tournament the year we graduated, 2007. So it was tight. I was meeting people through the game. One of my best friends I met through that game. Fucking but I was working at GameStop these people came through with a little flyer or whatever for like a IRL tournament, like a charity thing or something. But it was supposed to be like a $500 grand prize. So I got the niggas together because it was literally just me and like we were literally called. I'm kind of low key doxing myself, but it is what it is. We were called Lansdowne Security because we were just straight up just like mopping everyone on Gears of War. Like you had to come through us, and those niggas did not know how to hustle, yo. So like we were waiting for people to show up because it was supposed to be an 8-team tournament. Only 5 teams showed up, so they're like, all right, we're gonna still do the tournament, but we're gonna have a different bracket, and the final prize is gonna be $350. Oh shit. Discord fucking closed. I was wondering why you were being so fucking quiet. I'm just like going off telling this fucking story. I don't know why this shit. Anyway, what I was saying is,
I'm sorry, nigga. Just the way you said that, I was wondering why you were being so quiet.
This shit's funny.
Go.
But yeah, supposed to be an 8-team tournament. Only 5 teams showed up, so they said we're gonna still try to do it with a new bracket with $350 for the final prize. We were like, cool. While we were waiting, because we had a team of 4 with me as the alternate. While we were waiting, these niggas were bang, 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 duffing them, clapping the fuck out of them, and all the scrims that we were doing before the tournament, while they were drawing up the new bracket, and we're like clapping them so bad that 2 of the teams were like, "Oh nah, we don't even want to like." You know what I'm saying? So they left. They straight picked up and left before the first match even started. We were still scrimming, and they left. And they were like, all right, well, we can't do the tournament now. And I was like, see, y'all fucking... And I remember we left and we went to see, what was it, Resident Evil 3? Resident Evil Apocalypse?
Oh, that time period, man. Like,
Yeah.
that was...
I was high as fuck, too, because I had just broke Edge like 2-3 months before that. So it was like my 4th time smoking weed ever in life. So I was still high as fuck from like the night before. It's kind of crazy.
Nice.
Smoking this
Man,
shit.
I love Gears of War. It is the best.
Smoking
fucking
on that
game.
shit that George Bush
Yeah.
used to knock them towers down.
Jesus.
I think it's controlled by
This
code.
man.
It's like that shit was, it was White Widow. I remember I spent the next 20 years of my life looking for weed that looked like that. I think Discord's about to get clapped again, but we'll see what happens.
Like, Gears of War for me is like, it's just that perfect series. It also has like the best anti-war, anti-capitalist propaganda out there. And
True.
no one realizes it.
True. It's also not intentional, largely.
I think it is.
Some of
At
it
least-
is.
At least with the first 3. Like,
The very first one, I would say, yeah, just because of how close it was to... It was, you know, during the Bush era.
I'm not even looking at it like that because that's too small for me. Okay, yeah, it was I'm looking at it more along the lines of like grand scale. Like you don't get any of the real big, you know, yeah, we deployed the super weapons and it fixed everything. Like every game in that series kind of starts by like, oh yeah, the last super weapon didn't work. In fact,
It fucked everything up.
It backfired horribly. Like Gears of War 1, they already in this situation because of shit they was doing from like the Pendulum Wars. Gears of War
Right.
2, y'all shouldn't have detonated that giant fucking bomb underground. It woke up the super locust worm god. Fuck. They're sinking cities now. Fuck. Gears of War 3, you actually sank the fucking city and flooded the... Ooh, that's pretty.
That's that Sun Meg cookies, boy.
That's pretty. This nigga know how to cut me off good.
Sorry.
Put that shit back on camera again.
I'm saying, I'm about to try, I'm trying to find this nug. Like, look at this nug.
Oof. That I gotta get some weed today, bro. Luckily, I'm getting off at 8, so like I can probably make an order, but I gotta get some bud today.
Yeah, I hit the dispensary last night because we were, got this goofy ass little hurricane or whatever. So I was gonna cop a quarter really quick to make sure if I get locked in, I have something to pass the time with.
I'm gonna grab me an ounce around sometime today. But yeah, I know what I was saying about Gears of War. Like every game, it starts with like a premise where it's like the last quote unquote solution that you do in like the previous game kind of fucks everything up to a point where it's like, yeah, like maybe you guys should sit the fuck back. And then like every time we look at the COG, like they are not the America stand-in if you want to like America, like
No,
at
fuck
all.
no. There may
Like,
be UN stand-in, but
I wouldn't even say that, bro. Like, if you're having this be a stand-in for your government and you're like, yeah, I want to support these guys, like, you just would not look at Gears of War. Like, there's no faction where it's like, these are the guys I want to be. Except for, unironically, maybe the Locusts who are just trying to live. But it's like, the COG are just horrible. The COG make the decision to nuke the entire world and give everybody on the planet 3 days. I'm gonna repeat that, 3 days to get to what the equivalent is of Australia. Like that shit's just wild to me.
that was their last resort, though. They
No,
hit
it wasn't.
for you talking about after E-Day?
Yeah. I'm gonna say this right now. I've like me and my brother, we have talked about this ad infinitum. Like, it was not the only solution. The COG is just a
Oh,
really,
no.
really stupid government.
That's true. Agreed.
I'm looking at like think about it like this. The COG didn't have airplanes.
They didn't.
Like, you want to know why they didn't have airplanes?
Why is that?
We like helicopter.
I was gonna say they had the King Raven, but also tactically, a helicopter is more useful than an airplane. If we're talking about
No.
warfare.
Talking about warfare, helicopters are really good machines. I'm not going to undersell them, but they do not compare to jets. There's a reason the American Air Force primarily uses jets and like winged aircraft more than helicopters. Helicopters are very, very tricky, and like Nemo says, they fill different roles. The COG could have benefited from some fucking jets.
True, for carpet bombing and shit, but I feel like for delivery of infantry, which was just like how the British niggas used to literally just like all line up marching single file and shit. As goofy as that shit sounds to us, that's just how they like thought to do combat. And
Oh no,
the way that they do combat in that universe was just throwing hella bodies at each other until somebody folds. And that's, I guess, how they did warfare and fucking.
that's the thing for me that makes it really stupid. It's the simple fact that like it wasn't like, like you just said, the infantry were marching in a line. We're like, that has a tactical use. Your guns take 5 fucking minutes to reload. You can't go off into the forest and pick off motherfuckers by yourselves. It's easier to kill with a giant massive wall of bullets. Helicopters, I 100% understand that. If you're fighting war against people, or you just dropping troops off in mass amounts and letting them rush, that's fine. They had the idea of airplanes and they had the technology for it. Like, they had airplanes like as a concept. They just weren't in military use. It'd be like us developing airplanes like we did in our universe, but then saying around World War II, nah, we're gonna stick with the balloon. That's why it's stupid.
That's true.
I think it's Anvil Gate. We get a little flashback in Colonel Hoffman's point of view, like during E-Day, not E-Day, the Pendulum Wars. He's defending Anvil Gate, and this motherfucker has like a briefing of like, yeah, here's the proposal for our new winged aircraft. It'll, do all this shit, and they veto it because, I shit you not, we have the King Ravens. We like the King Ravens. The King Ravens are good. It's an example of just like liberal stagnatism in effect. Like, bro, it was good when y'all were fighting regular ass people. I give you that. When you fighting motherfuckers who are on the equivalent of living jets, it don't work. The
That's
Reavers are
true.
jets. The Reavers are jets.
Nemesis and shit. Yeah, that's true.
I'm thinking about how many times America would just like defeat the Nemesis or a Reaver was just like sending in a squad of like A-10 Warthogs, a few blasts of that gun, a few
AC
little
the
missiles.
AC-130 just clapping everything.
Yeah, like, and then just getting the fuck away before they can realize what's going on. But now a helicopter, oh, pip, 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 you got the fucking blades and shit, and you gotta be really fucking, you gotta be more skilled to be a helicopter pilot than a airplane.
Big Monka. Me like helicopter. Big Monka.
Yeah, pretty much. Helicopter.
It's just a scene from Rambo 3 of him with the fucking M60 and the fucking belt in his other hand.
But it's shit like that where that's one of the reasons I like that game, where it's like, you can't root for these guys. Like, you can't do the shit motherfuckers do with Warhammer or like fucking Mass Effect, where it's like, nah, this is gonna be our, like, you know, we're gonna make this fascist, because they're just dumb.
Well, I mean, those two things aren't mutually exclusive, especially if you look at America.
No, they are really mutually exclusive when, like, even when they're supposed to be the good guys, just endless. Do you want to know where the, like, after the Locust, after E-Day, they had security, they had bunkers. Do you want to know where they put, like, one of these bunkers where the plan was? They built it.
Didn't they like just store it because all the dead ass bodies crusted over and they couldn't figure out what to do with them? So they were like,
Yeah, they stored them, but like, there's one, because it's like a little bit of a DLC, but like, there's one I'm thinking about specifically where it's like,
oh my god, fucking Discord, dude. I have no idea why Discord is like this, yo.
I'll finish this real quick because, like, it's funny. They built a 100-story bunker underneath an active volcano.
Oh yeah.
The only reason they did not put people, specifically this bunker was supposed to be for the rich and the powerful. The only reason they didn't use this is because someone had the foresight to think, yo, this is a literal active fucking volcano.
It might go off. That motherfucker might go off. I'm not trying to meet that bitch when it go off.
Bro, like, that shit, like, when it was pointed out in the story, and then, like, when I thought about it, it's like, yeah, bro, I would hate to be a part of a government where their ideas for survival are quite literally, let's chuck the remaining part of humanity into a volcano.
They survive. Like, I mean, if you think about it though, with the fucking the glass storms and shit like that, fucked up the planet is, they're probably like, yeah, we could probably soldier that shit. We could thunk through that shit. And somebody at the last minute was like, nah.
Yeah. My thing is, like, all the glass storms and shit didn't happen until, like, after they used the Hammer of Dawn, and it's just,
Oh yeah,
like,
that's true.
like,
I didn't even think
everything-
about that.
Like, all of the shit that they deal with that's just like, wow, this is a horrible planet, they kind of create. The Razor Hail, well, that happened during the Pendulum Wars because,
You gotta
surprise,
lock on.
surprise. But yeah, they just really fucking dumb. Anyways, I'm gonna let you continue to cook and enjoy your chill Sunday service. I just
Sunday
wanted-
service. In church.
That's what you should call this shit, the Sunday service.
I did. That's why I titled the stream.
Oh, bet. I'm gonna let Sean
Kanye.
continue to cook.
Kanye Yadoff Blitler.
Yeah, Nemo, I'm a bit late on, getting dressed and calling my Uber. I have to be at work at 11, so.
Oh shit.
Bro, as much as I would love to sit here and continue to honestly just have good conversations, I'm gonna hop off and
Yeah,
go
don't be
watch.
late. I feel you.
Yeah, I'm about to go watch Arun talk to Andrewism because that's the thing that's happening right now.
That's happening right now.
Yes, it is.
And I'm about to cut this off and watch that.
50%.
All right, I'll have a good one. Maybe later tonight if you want to do something, we can do it.
Bats.
Peace.
Yes.
Blessings be amongst ye.
As well.
30%.
Not like this.
I'm gonna lock on and be patient, and not get clapped by this thing again. But also, I'm gonna put on Arun and Andrewism. Good morning, Sunday morning. Good morning, Sunday morning. Hit the Nancy Pelosi. The Coomer beanie is wild.
Building. Can't remember what the tagline was, but yeah, the book Prefer to Politics is really useful in this regard. Oppose and propose is essentially the actions that we do to confront and attack existing systems, and also the actions that we do to build alternatives. One cannot exist without the other in my understanding of the anarchist conception of social revolution. You cannot devote all of your energy and attention towards attack because you're essentially just lashing out at the system. You're not fighting to advance the front of any particular project or fighting to defend existing gains. You're just fighting the system. And then on the flip side, you can't exclusively focus on building alternatives because they can just become folded into the system itself. They can be defanged and present no challenge. They can also just as easily be crushed, just rolled over if they are not willing to do what is necessary to defend and protect those projects and those gains. Bringing it back to how I would define anarchism, like you were saying, it really is an ocean of ideas, right? It's a movement of movements, a political philosophy. One way I like to put it is that it's an expression of our innate capacity to organize ourselves and to run society without rulers. And also a recognition that the oppressed peoples of this world have to be conscious of our power, defend our immediate interests, and fight to revolutionize society as a whole, so we can prefigure a world fit for human beings to live in fully. Another way that I could put it as well is that we are aiming for a world in which, or rather, another way it could be put is that anarchism is a philosophy and movement that opposes all forms of hierarchical control and a promotion of society in which people can freely cooperate together as equals. Another way of putting it is less so as a political philosophy or a movement and more so as a method. And you'll find that that viewing of it as a method is something that comes up frequently in terms of how I answer some of the other questions that I'm sure people will have.
We got a couple more. There are a couple of. We'll take the easy one. What is your take on democratic centralism? I think that's fairly.
That's Lenin's idea of.
That's Lenin's idea. Yeah, I think that's fairly obvious. We're not big. I mean, I'm personally not a big fan of it. What about you?
No, am I? I feel like that's pretty obvious. I don't really have a fresh take on democratic centralism that any other anarchist would not give.
Yeah.
Because ultimately, the anarchist position views democratic centralism as unnecessary out the gate, right? Because the way that anarchists are structuring their approach to social revolution, the way anarchists are structuring their approach to social change, is so distinct from the statist model that it's not compatible. There's no necessity for democratic centralism when you're taking an anarchist approach of whether it be consensus democracy or direct democracy or whatever approach that anarchists choose to organize with. And there's a suite of options with that as concerned, but there's no room there for this concept, Lenin's concept of the Communist Party and that particular approach to decision making that creates a separation between the decision making body and the rest of the population.
I would agree with that. I have a question. Well, how does making art and writing influence the way you talk about and relate to anarchism?
So for me, my art has primarily been writing, usually in form of poetry. I used to draw a lot more than I do now, unfortunately. But for me, my poetry and the way I approach it really seeks to draw out the various ways in which we have the ability to be free. Sorry, could you repeat the question?
So how does making art writing influence the way you talk about and relate to anarchism? I'm assuming do the ideas of anarchism seep into your art is the question.
Yes. to simplify my answer, yes, it does.
Okay. Second question. Since an ideal communist society is stateless and not just classless, how is an ideal anarchist society different from an ideal communist society?
So it's honestly been a while since I have approached anarchism through the lens of, I suppose, other forms of socialism or other forms of communism, other philosophies like that. I used to be a lot more engaged with that approach last year and the year before, but for the past year or so, my focus has been less on how anarchism relates to other forms of socialism or communism, and more so anarchism existing independently. But to answer that question, it's a cliche at this point to say that
No.
in agreement about having a stateless, classless society, and to say that it's really just about the difference in methods. Anarchists place a lot of emphasis on means and ends, and so if you're talking about the ideal communist society, at least from the angle of communist being a placeholder for Marxist-Leninist, as a lot of people do, the difference between Marxist-Leninist and anarchist approaches to communism, or to that ideal society, that stateless, moneyless, classless society, is in the realm of means and ends. Particularly, anarchism is of the belief that means are inherently wed to ends, and so that if you want a stateless, classless, moneyless society, your means need to reflect that. Whereas Marxist-Leninists are willing to take the approach of the belief that there is a necessary
You can sacrifice
transition
the
period.
means.
That yes, there's a necessary transition period involving a state. Not that anarchists don't believe in a transition period, but Marxist-Leninists believe that a transition period necessarily involves a state. Whereas the anarchist critique of that, put very simply, and I mean, books have been written on this subject of this critique, but put very simply, the anarchist critique is that hierarchies primarily exist to perpetuate themselves, and the structure of the state necessarily creates a power dynamic that lends itself towards the entrenchment of that power rather than the distribution of that power to the people themselves. The position of what the state will eventually wither away is not, in the anarchist estimation, a satisfactory response because it doesn't take into account how states typically do the opposite. States are far more interested in entrenching and expanding their power and perpetuating that power than redistributing it.
So one of my mods who's also
And also,
Enemy coral response. Silent.
Wait. It's coming back.
It's reactivated.
Is this what the Ibis series is truly capable of?
Drawing power from its environment.
Damn, insta clapped.
also as somebody mentioned in the chat I'm seeing, anarchism isn't just about stateless and classless society, it's against every hierarchy.
Yes. So
And that is correct. The anarchist position is less so necessarily focused exclusively on capitalism, and more so focused on the ways that hierarchies affect both the rulers and the ruled. Whether that ruler is a capitalist and the rule is a worker, or the ruler is a bureaucrat, or ruled is the citizenry, or the dominance of men in patriarchal society on men. However, that dynamic of hierarchy
Powered by coral. I think it's controlled by coral too.
to undermine it and break it down.
there's another big
Disasters. The security measure to keep Rubicon safe. But now their original masters are long gone.
Difficult to. I feel like some groundwork necessarily must be laid to engage in that sort of question, because if you want to repeat it, the person is basically saying that, you know, we need to have this necessary institution laid out before we launch a revolution. Could you remind me what the person said exactly?
You described anarchism as developing a secondary base of power previous to a revolution. Would you consider this as creating a state
Right.
effectively?
Right. So for one, I wouldn't consider it to be creating a state, because the anarchist definition of a state is typically distinct from how some Marxists would define the state. And furthermore, the idea of creating this secondary base of power prior to revolution, I think it belies a difference in starting position, because my understanding is that we are starting, my starting position at least is that process of building that secondary base of power is part of the revolution itself. It's not distinct from or a preliminary component of the revolution. It's part of the undergoing process.
Right. Exactly. I would agree with that. I think in order to answer that question, it's like Andrewism said, like the definition of a state, we have to first define what a state is before we actually go ahead. And I don't think developing dual power at the local level constitutes a state. I don't think, my personal opinion is that I don't think developing a alternative source of power, not even, like the way I look at
Focus 621. You have to focus.
One repair kit remaining. AP at 50%.
it's not even developing an alternative source of power. It's more or less you're basically creating a power network that is effectively distributing power, as opposed to the centralized power that exists currently in most states as is. That's generally the way
Right.
I look at it. You're building a power network. So the very structure of the kind of power is actually very different than. So, for example, you take Marxism, Leninism, for example, aka communism, that sort of thing, right? And I'm paraphrasing that. But the idea of, I think ultimately the structures of power that are being built at the ground level are different than the structures advocated for by Marxist Leninists.
I think it's controlled by Coral too.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. Go ahead.
A simple way that I like to define the state is that it is the institution that alienates us from control over our society. Just as capitalism alienates us from control over our labor, the state alienates us from control over our society.
Sorry.
There are different ways that the state has manifested, but that, I believe, is its essence. You know, Eric Malatesta borrows Max Weber's definition of the sum total, the political, legislative, judiciary,
Keep it up, 621. Can't take much more of this.
if I want to, put it in breath-consuming way,
Enemy Coral response. Silent.
is that
Should be doing that. Just talking about, but I think because of the space that I'm in, basically is it's basically so inundated with the other varieties of socialism to the point where I feel like I am kind of caught where I have to like explain, what instead of being able to do what you do, where I basically like explain anarchism as it is and I explain like my ideas as they are it's always a sort of thing where, because there are going to be other forms of leftists, there are going to be other forms of sort of people on the left as well in this chat. I usually end up having to explain what anarchism is in relation to, yeah, exactly. I have to explain things without engaging with debate lords. Yes. But yes, I usually end up having to do that. In addition to why I believe the sort of stuff that I do. It's untangling living from hierarchical control, the sustained alternative means of living, which alienates all state-like and other hierarchical nodes from control and interference. This might be dumb, but how would distribution of power be different from the division of labor, not based on other divisions, but work for the collective is factionalized? I think my understanding of what your question is this. Distribution of power, so division of labor is different in that my understanding of division of labor largely boils down to looking at things from an economic perspective, right? Looking at I guess the division of labor can be overall generalized into social classes as well, but the distribution of power is looking at, it's sort of looking at this dichotomy of who is ruled, who isn't ruled, who has all the power in society, who controls all of that, who has
who has outside decision-making power.
Exactly.
And I think I get a sense what the person is talking about, if I'm catching the drift. And similarly to how we have a division of labor that various people specialize in various forms of labor, we have a division of decision-making power where some people are interested to make the decisions or whatever the case can be, and we have some influence over that, but that's their primary function. I probably should have clarified this before, because I know it's a very common misconception about anarchism that Slavoj Žižek, for example, really appreciate is this idea that anarchism is just everybody sits down in a meeting to make decisions about every aspect of society. I think what I try to focus on is that in comparison to that sort of concentration of decision-making power into the hands of this decision-making body, as with the state, the distribution of decision-making power will not mean that you have to make a decision about every single thing that affects society, but that you have the ability to. I think that still leaves room for delegation of certain tasks. Like, I wouldn't expect everybody to make a decision about what, like, what size the sewage pipes are, whatever the case may be. So there is room for that sort of distribution and delegation of decisions. But the point is that the power flows from the bottom rather than the power flowing from the top down. And that power is distributed horizontally rather than vertically.
Right. I don't think we have any more questions. Oh, here we go. We have another. Yep, here we go. There's a big one. Do you think decentralizing power under current state rule? Just when I thought we were when I thought we were in the clear. Do you think decentralizing power under the current state rule can open regions and communities to influence of rival imperial powers that seek to undermine that autonomy? How can anarchism prevent that without appealing to greater power for the state? I have an answer on this, potentially, but I'd like you to go first.
Well, I was gonna sort of segue that question into the broader question that frequently is raised about anarchism, about how anarchism intends to defend itself, right?
Yes.
So, I mean, if you want to go ahead, you can go ahead, and then I'll launch into.
So I think decentralizing power under the current state rule can open regions and communities to influence of rival imperial powers. So if we just take that, if we take the fourth, like if we take this, for example, and we take a real world example, there are many actual like examples in the, there are actually many examples where you have rebel groups that are not necessarily anarchist or even communist in orientation that do often appeal to bigger powers in order to help them. But the truth of the matter is, the larger imperial powers that want to help them are not doing it they're not really doing it in their own best interest. This is a classic example of, I mean, this is something that happens all the time. You know, if you take Sri Lanka originally, right? The LTTE originally was trained by the Indian military. Why? So why did the LTTE receive training from the Indian Army? Why was that? The reason is India thought to take advantage of the LTTE by basically saying, well, once your Tamil Eelam project, you know, goes off, right? Once your Tamil Eelam project goes off, we'll have you join India at some point or another, which is not what Prabhakaran wanted. So this is another thing that exists, and this is something that happens all the time. How can anarchism prevent that without appealing to a greater power for the state? I think one way, there's no real way of like, this is again like a hypothetical scenario where like, how can anarchism prevent that? But I think my best answer to that would be, again,
Can't take much more of this.
At 30%.
Damn it. Not like this.
it would be building as much self-reliance as possible to an extent where most of the state's functions have been, you know, such that, you know, people are living, they're able to live off of the land a lot more. They're able to basically do more self-reliance, basically. That's generally my answer to that question. But Andrew, you can go ahead.
Yes. So self-reliance is an aspect of it, and building that self-reliance. But at the same time, there is the other component of anarchism being fundamentally international and based on solidarity and solidarity networks that span and cross borders. any sort of anarchist struggle is necessarily globally oriented, right? It takes on an approach of opposition and proposition on several fronts. So it wouldn't just be that single conflict in that single region or promoting the defense of any specific area and like a specific country. It would more than likely, I know revolution is really anyone's guess still. I'm no prophet. I don't think it'll be anything like what we've seen before, but I do believe that it would encapsulate the sort of resistance on a scale of which we saw in, for example, 2020, where a significant threat is posed both internally and externally by the uprising of the people. There will be, ruptures and such that may take place in isolated incidents. But if we're theorizing about what like the major upheaval will look like, I don't believe that it will exist with this sort of anarchism in one country trying to defend that sort of take. And I think it comes back down to how my whole perception of revolution, less so as an event and more so as an ongoing process, because see, this is why I prefer to write, because it gives me a chance to properly structure my approach to these sort of
What up, Fade?
Yeah.
I'm more
Everyone's
more
talking to
like
Andrewism.
but
It's pretty fucking fire.
where can I begin? Necessary aspect of social revolution is the development of people's powers, drives, and consciousness towards their own freedom. That needs to be happening now, everywhere, wherever there are spaces to develop people's powers, meaning their ability to manage themselves, their drives, including their sort of developed. For example, unfortunately, climate change is happening right now, and as far as I'm concerned,
Sucks.
Listen up, 61. The IBIS series are no ordinary weapons. They're designed to prevent core disasters. A security measure to keep Rubicon safe. And now their original masters are long gone. Destroy it before it destroys you.
AP at 50%. DP at 30%.
Focus, 621. You have to focus.
No repair kits remaining.
Keep it up, 621. It can't take much more of this.
AP at 30%.
621. Damn it.
the table in terms of potential outcomes. And I believe that collapse, while disastrous and destructive in many ways, also provides many ruptures, many opportunities for us to establish and defend our gains in ways that may not have seemed possible under the status quo. My approach is really to sort of hope for the best and prepare. And I think that's just a sort of a precursor for what is to come. There'll be more tipping points and insurgencies and uprisings, laying the groundwork, progressing things to a point, reestablishing certain successes here and there that are meant to develop and proliferate. And I think that's what it would take. I don't believe that, for example, if we have eruption in one area or a whole region that people have liberated, that it would just be like, oh, all this happens at once and we don't have to actually defend anything because everything will happen all at once. Like, I don't believe that. I don't believe all the dominoes would just fall all at once. There is the concern of defense from imperial aggression and whether we need to turn to at least either organizing ourselves as a state.
Keep it up, 621. Can't take much more of this.
AP at 50%.
Do want to believe that if we have substantial portion of peoples that they would willingly bend a knee to their subjugation yet again, I don't see that happening.
I think it's important to realize that a lot of the questions that we're being asked are, again, hypotheticals. It's very hard to predict I think it's important to ask I think it's important to realize that we have to basically deal with the world as it is, like you said, and the best thing that we can do is work within the parameters of the world to try and make things ever so slightly better. And I think it's important to realize that, what we should be doing right now is we should be focusing on, trying to, I guess, instead of trying to think of these grand theories that will eventually, this is how it's going to go once the revolution happens, this is what's going to happen, this is, instead of all of that, I think what we should be focusing on is trying to focus on what can we do in the now. I think that's the best way of describing it. I think that's the best way forward, in my humble opinion.
I agree.
I generally,
that is usually my focus, which is why I'm struggling a bit here to.
No, you're good. I mean, this stuff isn't easy to talk about, and especially balancing. It's not easy for me to talk about either, unless it's in a long form. The way I best explain my beliefs is in a much more long form aspect when I'm writing essays and stuff, or when I'm writing stuff. I think it for me, again, this is sort of the reason why I do news instead of theory streams, kind of not exactly what we're doing right now. There is one way to do a gym theory stream for the chat, and that is to get me to 500 subs, but not gonna plug myself. But the point is, the idea is, I think, no, but in all seriousness, I think it is super important that we focus on.
Hey, 500 subs.
Of, this is how you.
It's enough to live on.
This is how this is going to happen.
Depending on where you are, if you living at home, got no bills.
What we should be doing is, you again.
That's lovely.
Taking to remind ourselves, this is these are theoretical methods of achieving it, but again, try and ground ourselves within the current within the current world that we have it today, within the current configuration of the world that we have it today.
Yeah, which is why I really try to tie it back to this the importance of developing people's anarchic powers, drives, and consciousness. Because you don't get to that point of people willing to defend themselves from these outside powers trying to reduce them back to a state of subjugation if the people were not willing to get themselves to that point in the first place, if they weren't willing to if they did not have practice and that did not develop their ability to manage themselves, if that practice in managing themselves did not lend to them being more and more driven to managing themselves further and to liberating themselves further, and if that was not informed by an understanding of just how these structures aim to control them and to subjugate them and to reduce their ability to manage themselves and to recognize that oppression.
There is one question that one of my chatters asked, but I'll take it myself once you're gone because I'm probably best equipped to answer that because it's specifically about India. A nerd that was promised asked, one of my mods asked, what are your thoughts on an oft-repeated quote? One of the things that I often say, multipolarity is a myth, and if possible, the power of the Swifties. Okay, no, okay. So for context, okay. So let me give you some context to what my mod means by that. So I have talked about Sri Lanka, the sort of situation of the Tamils in Sri Lanka on multiple different occasions, and one of the starkest, one of the starkest facts that comes from that conversation is that if you look at who supplied Sri Lanka, the Sri Lankan state, with regards to war crimes against the Tamils that were committed over the past, within the 25-year long civil war, but overall, in addition to funding ethnic pogroms against the Tamils, it is often say like multipolarity is a myth, is because I'm not saying necessarily that these countries that were formerly colonized don't know what they're doing when they for example, when they decide to make trade deals with China, that sort of thing. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is there's an often repeated idea, to the point where I think it's a bit cliche, where people will often end up supporting states to stop the overall hegemonic power that is the United States without realizing the consequences of doing that. Or, for example, without realizing that, there are many scenarios like Sri Lanka where every state was involved in, in complicity with regards to war crimes. Yeah, it's one of my chatters says it's very much like but for states. I often say this refrain is that situations like Sri Lanka, I think it's a bit ridiculous. I think is with when people say to stop this other state, right? And I understand that America has been the world's largest purveyor of violence on the planet, but at the same time, when we're talking about these sorts of subjects, thinking about like, hey, let's support this state over, it doesn't make any sense because everyone's involved in this. So that's an often repeated frustration of mine, and that's why I usually say like, multipolarity is a myth. Like people that champion multipolarity don't actually understand the global South politics. And we had a conversation about this earlier with regards to the global South is not a monolith. I think a lot of people tend to think that, you know, communism, supporting communist, what was it? A lot of communists or Marxist-Leninists tend to say, you know, our idea is the best for the global South, and anarchists are just a bunch of, you know, white people in America that don't know anything about the global South. When in my experience, it's quite the opposite. It's like you and I are both from the global South. I'm from India. You're from Trinidad and Tobago. We're using our lived experiences to inform ourselves with regards to, you know, what we should be doing. And I think that's I just wanted to provide the context for why I say like multipolarity is nonsense. That's basically it.
I mean, you put it well. I actually wanted to jump on something you said there, by the way, about us being both from the global South. And there's two things I want to address with that. For one, for those who don't know, there's actually a very special, sounds British, history between India and Trinidad and Tobago.
Yep.
And we can probably touch on that
Yep.
at some point. But I, before we get into that, I do want to talk about our experiences informing our current politics. And at least for me, how my frustrations with independence politics has sort of led me to anarchic conclusions, just looking at the history of Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah.
In 1836...
Oh, no. I was... No, I thought you were going to... I originally... When you had the cutoff, I thought, okay, you were done. I thought you were going to continue a little bit, and then you start. Okay, go ahead, my bad.
That's okay. So in 1836, you know, slavery was abolished, and well, they tried this whole apprenticeship program that didn't quite cut it. So eventually, there was a situation where the plantation owners, well, a lot of enslaved Africans did not want to go back to plantations. All right, like that's like I don't care how much you're offering to pay me. Like I am not going back to work on the plantations. And then there were those who were willing, but they were like, you need to pay us like properly, you know. And a lot of owners did not want to do that. So you know they went over to they appealed to the British. The British were like, oh well, you know we have this whole subcontinent. You can just take some people from there, right? No problem. So they go and they do that. They bring people from India to the Caribbean, primarily to Guyana and Trinidad and Tobago, and also Suriname. But Suriname also got a lot of the Dutch, East Indies, Indonesian population. And so that those plantation owners brought these people to undercut the labor bargaining power of the African population. And then they also use those people as a sort of a wedge ethnic group in between them, so that they wouldn't have to deal with the frustrations of the newly emancipated black population. They were like, here, direct your ire towards these people. They're coming for you, that kind of thing. And so that, you know, led to a lot of conflict and tension that, you know, is still felt in some ways even today, particularly in the realm of party politics. But taking it to independence, and you see why I have to write to get my points across, because I could end up all over the place. Bringing it back to the idea of independence politics, right, and how that has informed my take. When we gained independence in 1962, that was after the failure of the West Indies Federation to materialize in any meaningful way. Trinidad gained its independence, and we were led by the Prime Minister, Dr. Eric Williams. Very impressive guy. He wrote Capitalism and Slavery. A lot of people really admire him for that work, but his actual approach to governing was less than radical. And in a lot of ways, the generation of post-independence politicians were essentially the proteges of the colonial administrators. They were raised in their schools and institutions. They were inculcated with their beliefs and their ideas about how a society should be. And so basically,
The white people
upon
factories.
independence, they just continued that legacy. Hence, we have the term, you know, post-colonialism. There's not too much that's post about it, unfortunately. The impact of colonialism is still very much felt. However, it did not take long for people to realize that. A lot of people don't recognize that. At least it's not as taught as it should be in at least our history. Just how much how soon people realize that, well, you know, once the high of independence wore off, you know, things aren't really changing. About 8 years later, the Black Power Revolution kicked off in Trinidad and Tobago. And contrary to the name, it was actually a multiracial movement. In fact, there was a brief period where people were trying to group all non-white people under the label of black, including the local Indian population.
Yeah.
And that
I knew
struggle
Arun was black.
was meant to empower the people, right? One of the primary aims of the Black Power Revolution was to introduce people's power. They developed in certain communities what they called people's parliaments, where everybody in that community was meant to come together and to make decisions that would affect them in their lives. And they were developing their ability to do so. They were driven to do so. They were conscious of the way that the political system was structured to strip them of that power and that ability. And they were trying to do something about it. And it was crushed by Dr. Eric Williams.
Hands all
many
sticky.
leaders were thrown into jail, and at one point in time, Kwame Ture, who is originally from Trinidad, was blocked from being able to enter Trinidad, and Dr. Williams brought on all these, I believe he called on like Nigeria and the US to come and potentially help to quell the uprising. And just learning about that history really helped me to realize that this drive for people to manage themselves and to have control over their destiny is not unique to the Euro-American history of anarchism. It's not bound to that. The people who were driven to develop these people's parliaments and these other institutions of popular control may not have even heard of anarchism, and yet that anarchic drive was still present within them. And I believe that anarchic drive is present all over the world and is manifest in many points in history, whether it falls under the ban of anarchism or not. And so I'm really of the belief that that is something that needs to be brought out and facilitated to see the true independence of all of our people. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Yeah, no, I mean, that was awesome. Okay, there's one person that asks, hold on a second, that asks a massive question, and what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna slap him with one of your videos, because that I think that's probably better. Hold on a second, I'm just gonna send this to you. Watch this video. That's probably the best way of explaining it. And then I think this was fantastic. I mean, I wish we had a little bit more time because actually I did want to introduce you to a bunch of Indian memes, because one of my chatters just introduced me to this wonderful song called Love Charger, which I'll be playing immediately after you leave as part of a break. And I was originally hoping that we could just like shoot the shit and just like have fun. Maybe at some point or another you'd be willing to come back on and just like have fun and just like, you know, take a beer, relax, and just laugh at the insanity that is our world. For example, I just caught wind of yesterday that the largest television news network, one of the largest television news networks in India, just threatened to nuke Canada. Just threatened a nuclear attack on Canada. So, and we will be we will be talking about that at some point.
If you give me time, I could maybe even introduce you to some Trinidadian memes, but that would take some research because a lot of them require like local context to understand.
Oh, I mean,
Right, yeah,
it's a similar concept. Like, I often end up having to explain. Like, I mean, for the most part, most of my chatters like that are very active are Indians.
Nice.
Yeah, most of the chatters in my chat are like Indian. So Asi Nakli is Indian, 64 is Indian. You know, most of the people in my chat are Indian, so they understand the exact. So they already understand the context. I don't have to set much up. But for the rest of the audience, I feel you on that. There's a lot of context that I do have to set up all the time in order to get things working. Yeah, USA Lurker, I'm Tamilian. Got it. Okay, that's true. That's fair. You're a Tamarian. Okay, that's fair.
I would like to address some of the things that some folks have brought up in the chat real quick.
Sure, go ahead.
So 64 actually said that most left movements neither anarchist nor authoritarian. And that is true. I feel like it's very easy to get caught up in this sort of, oh, how does this movement categorized? What can we throw it? What label can we slap on it for our debates?
Sorry to cut you
off.
off.
The reality is,
Sorry to cut you
all
off.
these cases are really, multi. There are a lot of different aspects to them. Yeah.
Yeah, no, okay, I can't. There's a common. Okay, so one of my associates is a professor in Sri Lanka. So I've talked to this person back and forth, and he's literally told me on multiple occasions he's had to tell people living in the United States multiple different. Like he told me, he's like, oh, by the way, the LTT aren't leftists. They are not on the left, and I knew that going into it because, again, I'm from the region, so I already know the politics. But he's had to tell other people, like, he's been so scarred by people thinking, like, he's been so scarred by people thinking, like, oh, he's, the LTT's leftist, that he's literally had to come out and say, like, listen, like, no, they're not. Like, don't simp for them. Yeah, LTTE are not left is what? Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I feel you on that front as well, I think. But yeah, I've wanted to like just have you on originally to just like shoot the shit and make fun of politics, and then, but I think overall this is, I mean, what do you think? I think this has been a decent like myth busting / Q&A sort of thing.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I would have like to have a more casual session at some point. Yeah, and really sort of exchange a little bit more local law and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Oh, to answer this one person, because they were asking you to ask me about cricket.
Yes.
Don't ask me about cricket. I'm sorry.
Uh-oh.
I'm a football fan. I don't follow cricket. I mean, CPL and stuff is nice and all, but it doesn't hold my attention.
Schadenfreude. Yeah, Schadenfreude is not. LTTE or ops. Okay, they're not. Okay, that's also okay. We're not getting into that right quick. That's also not like correct either. That's also not correct. But yeah. But yeah, no, it was great having you on. I appreciate it, and yeah, we definitely have to do it again sometime. I know I have to let you. I know you have to go.
That's funny.
And I appreciate
Cook.
it.
Yeah.
You have to go cook.
Domestic
Yeah.
slavery.
Ooh,
Yeah.
What are you cooking?
Probably gonna make some maybe some carrot rice with some red beans.
Ooh, that's
Yeah.
delicious. Ooh, that sounds very delicious. Yeah. Has he heard have you heard Foreign Man in a Foreign Land's imitation of him? I'm sure you have.
Yes, I have.
I'm sure
his
you have.
co-writer. So even though I already know what the video is about, because I would have given him a structure and then given him like given it like a proofread before he puts it out. I'm still disgusted when I do hear his unfortunate impression. I keep telling him he needs to work on it, but work in progress.
Yeah, not all Caribbean accents are the same, just for the record.
Yeah,
Like chat, like just
We
because
don't- we don't
you're
say-
from the
we don't say,
Bahamas
"Yeah,
doesn't
man,"
give you,
you know,
like,
like-
it doesn't give you a Trinidadian accent. Like,
Exactly.
what? It's crazy. But yeah, no, thank you for coming on, Andrew. I really appreciate it. And we do have to. Can you give me? I don't know if you've watched my stuff enough to actually do an impression of me.
No.
You
no.
haven't.
And I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to venture into that.
Oh, yeah, no. If you want to just do an impression of me, just do an impression of Hassan. It's the same thing. Literally just the same thing. But yeah. No, thanks for coming on. I appreciate it.
What do I always say?
What do I always say? What do I always say, chat? What was it? As a consequence of the, shut up, chat. I probably will be saying half of that stuff later on.
That's hilarious.
What?
So I said Andrew's cool before. Now with the cricket take, he's cooler.
Tamil laughter, Nadaba, etc., yeah.
Look, cricket is only entertaining when you are in the cricket stand around the people who are hyping up the cricket. Like, actually watching itself is less interesting than being in the stand.
I don't know
With
if
the
you've
fan.
watched I don't know if you've ever watched like Indian cricket, like IPL, like T20 cricket.
Nah,
That's
I
have you?
just watch I just like I get glimpses of like CPL, Caribbean Premier League, T20, but that's basically it. And I guess the Commonwealth cricket, occasionally, but that's about it. I haven't
It's
really
like
seen
baseball.
the IPL.
It's like baseball. You're gonna get canceled for that. Dollar store leftist. You're gonna get canceled for that take. All the Indians are gonna kill you for that take.
Oh no! I mean, it's less controversial to say here because, in some ways, I feel like cricket is not as prominent as it used to be in Trinidad. I mean, people still play; it's like still a very big game and stuff. But you know, I think with globalism, a lot more sports have been, given room. Like field hockey is a thing now, apparently.
Ooh.
And there are some people who are really into like tennis and polo, water polo. Like there's a bit more room for different sports now.
Oh yeah, my favorite. I guess one of my favorite sports that has been beginning to get more and more popular is chess boxing, which is, I think, a uniquely. Didn't chess boxing originate in Russia? I'm pretty sure something like that. It's a unique blend of artist Enki Bilal. Okay, I don't know where he's from. Oh, it might be Lund. Oh, of course. Okay, of course it was the Oi Bros that came up with this. Of course they did. Okay. Of course it was the Oi Bros that came up with chess
There was a time
boxing.
when West Indies was invincible.
Chess boxing and
was
lightning.
invincible in cricket. Now they don't even qualify to World Cup. Ugh. Don't get me started.
Oh,
I mean, a lot of ways Caribbean sports are suffering, but at least we still beat the rest of the world when it comes to foot races, right? So, you win some, you lose some.
yeah, fair. Absolutely fair. Chess is a board game. What the fuck is chess boxing? Enlighten me, please. Just Google it. It's literally
What up, Austin?
literally what you think. Yeah, chatters. We did over an hour of anarchist theory with a calm chat, and chatters suddenly started popping off when someone said cricket. You can blame that on Schadenfreude, I'm pretty sure. But it's exactly what that is. Yeah, chess boxing is exactly what you think it is. It is chess and boxing. So there's one round you box, and then there's another round you play chess with literal brain injury.
It's like a triathlon,
Yeah,
except only 2 things instead of 3.
exactly. And one of them causes you brain
Triathlon.
injury. Everyone go check out Andrewism right now in the pinned messages. No, in all seriousness, thank you for coming on. I don't know if you have to go. If you want to hang around, by the way, like this is you're open to do that. Like we can just shoot the shit and like show memes and stuff. This is ultimately it's up to you what you want to do.
Yeah, I mean, I could probably stay for a little bit longer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I
not,
have to
not
show you this
too
then.
much longer, but yeah, let's see what you got.
I have to show you this, because this is one of the greatest. I think this is one of the greatest music videos that I've seen in a while. Oh God! Hold on a second.
Nah, that shit's Viva. I'm gonna give fucking blam. They're just doing memes now anyway.
Is this what the Ibis series is truly capable of?
Drawing power from its environment. It won't stop until it's destroyed its generator.
AP at 50%. AP at 30%.
61! Damn it. Not like this.
Powered by Coral. I think it's controlled by Coral too.
Listen up, 621. The Ibis series are no ordinary weapons. They're designed to prevent coral disasters. A security measure to keep Rubicon safe. But now their original masters are long gone. Destroy it before it destroys you.
AP at 50%.
Tight. Hmm.
Powered by Coral. I think it's controlled by Coral too.
Listen up, 621. The Ibis series are no ordinary weapons. They're designed to prevent coral disasters. A security measure to keep Rubicon safe. Now their original masters are long gone. Destroy it before it destroys you.
One repair kit remaining. AP at 50%. AP at 30%.
Focus, 621. You have to focus. Damn it.
Gotta figure out how to drop more stagger on this fucker.
response. Silent.
Wait. It's coming back.
It's reactivating.
Is this what the Ibis series is truly capable of?
It's resonating cold, drawing power from its environment. It won't stop until it destroys its generator.
61!
Yo,
Not like this.
help me. Yo, he moved to cut.
Listen up, 61. The Ibis series are no ordinary weapons. They're designed to prevent coral disasters. A security measure to keep Rokon safe. Now their original masters are long gone. Destroy it before it destroys you.
Taking damage, Raven. We won't get many chances to redirect it, but I know we can find one.
AP at 50%. AP at 30%.
Raven, we're in danger.
Focus, 621. You have to focus. Keep it up, 621. Can't take much more of this.
AP at 50%.
Enemy coral response. Silent.
Wait. It's coming back.
It's reactivating.
Is this what the Ibis series is truly capable of?
It's resonating cold, drawing power from its environment. It won't stop until we destroy its generator.
At 30%.
You can take it, 621. 621! Damn it. Not like this.
Yeah, basically it.
Wild how just that one part swap made a difference.
It's coming back.
It's reactivating.
Is this what the Ibis series is truly capable of?
It's resonating deep in the core, drawing power from its environment. It won't stop until we destroy its generator.
Oh, what the fuck, dude? It wouldn't even let me.
This.
Powered by core.
Listen up, 621. The Ibis series are no ordinary weapons. They're designed to prevent coral disasters. A security measure to keep Rubicon safe. But now their original masters are long gone. Destroy it before it destroys you.
Taking damage, Raven. We won't get many chances to land a direct hit, but I know you can find a way.
Keep it up, 621. Can't take much more of this.
AP at 50%.
Enemy core response. Silent.
One repair kit remaining.
Wait. It's coming back.
It's reactivating.
Is this what the Ibis series is truly capable of?
It's resonating deep in the core, drawing power from its environment. It won't stop until we destroy its generator. Enemy has taken significant damage. Picking up a powerful ambient resonance. It's imperative to protect the core.
AP at 50%.
You've nearly got it, 621. You're the only one who can finish the job.
Light shoulder and AP at 30%.
You can take it, 621.
Enemy generator compromised.
It's gonna blow. Get out of there, 621. Is it over, 621?
Finally.
The choral resonance. It's fading. The machine's resolve, inherited from its creators. Voices from the past, fading into...
No, 621, move.
Raven, you're losing control.
Damn it. They were once away. Target neutralized. Yes. I left the subject alive as instructed. Only a fool would try to outfox Arquebus. I'll see that the unruly dog is punished and brought to heel. Oh, and of course, let's not forget the Hound's master either.
Arquebus seized control of the coral, and its occupying forces swiftly commandeered the entirety of Institute City. There, they discovered a wealth of forgotten relics. Among them, experimental weapons that the Institute kept secret, fearing they were beyond human control. A group of sea weapons bearing the name of the Central Coral Control System, the Ibis series. Arquebus also claimed a towering coral siphon, abandoned since the fires, the vascular plant. Now, they toiled to repair the plant and extend its reach beyond Rubicon's atmosphere. The Liberation Front no longer had the power to stop them, and the fires of war continued to smolder as the end drew near.
Raven? I have found a message addressed to you. Decoding and playing back.
What's up, Bellamy?
621. A friend of mine sent a request. Now, this one comes from me. You know what hidden dangers lurk within the coral. The fires of Ibis should have wiped the coral out, but it survived, gathered, and it's been steadily multiplying ever since. Now the coral convergence is growing at an exponential rate. Eventually, it'll spill out from Rubicon and contaminate space itself. The coral must be burned, 621. Even if that means reigniting the fire that scorched the stars. This isn't an order. It's a legacy. My fallen friends entrusted this duty to me, and now it's my turn to hand it on. 621. Feed the fire. Let the last cinders burn. I have one last job for you. Find your freedom.
Raven. Now I finally understand what Walter was thinking. This AC. He must have foreseen this outcome and prepared for it. It's time for us to escape.
Main system activating combat mode.
I found some coordinates in EAC systems. He's showing us the way out.
I can't believe they put us on sewer duty. It's that ancient pieces of shit they're worried about. Is that an AC? Where'd it come from?
advantage. Let's find a way around them. If they do spot you, your left-hand weapon is equipped with jamming rounds.
Hey, you! Get back to work!
Wait! They're not with us! Here's our way back to the surface. This AC should have just enough propulsion. Is this the outskirts of Institute City?
This is D6 Fader, calling all security team members. Raven, the independent mercenary undergoing re-education, has escaped. Be alert for anyone hiding in the environs of Institute City. Tighten the net.
Raven, Arquebus is on high alert. Use your scanner to avoid combat situations. Searchlights. We'll be in trouble if they spot us.
Unidentified AC!
That was ancient. Is that really Raven? Raven, fight back! Enemy contact! AC, full model! Raven, sir, we're not far from our destination. Walter's message. Is he gone? We've got eyes on the independent mark.
Don't hit the core! We want Raven alive!
What's this? I've checked. It's not a trap.
AP at 30%.
Emergency beacon intercepted. Been a while, tourist. Good to see you're still kicking. Chief's coming to pick you up. Head to the rendezvous. Point.
He's from RAD. Carla. She must.
Yo, Bellamy, a room was on today with Andrewism. They might still be on together right now.
be involved with Walter's mission.
Oh, I definitely understand that. I feel you.
This is the rendezvous point. Enemies detected.
Tourist, having a little trouble?
Carla.
Walter. He asked me to look after you. Don't mind if I do.
Company! Another... Great thing! I'm reading... Great teeth! Jones or junkyard?
That's Carla Cecile. She's backing us up, Raven.
I don't just design weapons, you know. Kill someone, babe.
There's a lot of them, Chief, but they're just MTs. You should have let me handle this. Our AD needs you for one piece.
I'm missing the point, Chatty. This is our tourist grand escape. I wouldn't miss it for the world. Looks like we're clear. Better book it before more company shows up.
Sending a chopper. We retrieved the tourist's AC, too.
Once we've caught our breath, let's talk. About Walter.
Yeah, I understand that feeling completely. I find myself in that area frequently.
Augmented human C4621. Entering standard mode. Incoming comms.
Back in your old AC? You were made for each other. The fact that you're still alive means that Walter made the right bet. All right. You deserve to know what we've been fighting for. I'll get you introduced with the next mission. Let me tell you a story, tourist.
I don't watch video essays.
Burnt the planet up.
I'll be honest. I haven't watched a video essay in also in months and probably years. I just don't consume content that way anymore.
They monitored the coral's growth, ready to burn it before the collapse came. That was their mission. Our mission. Me, Walter, and our fallen friends. RAD was always a front. A side hustle. It's time for me to get back to my real work. Let's get down to brass tacks. You've been to Xylem before, right? The floating city created by the Institute? It's hiding a secret. A little something to prepare against the coming collapse. We need to get to it and fast. RID's entire team of hackers is going to be working to take control of Xylem. I want you to deal with Arquebus when they come running to see what we're up to.
Overseer, the Association of Observers. They want to burn the coral.
Main system activating combat mode.
Get into position, tourist. It's time. I need you to protect that tower until we've managed to take control.
Normalization process K. Deploying shield.
Chief, I've cracked some of the defense systems.
Good job, Chatty. That'll buy us some time. Looks like you're in position. Chatty, how much longer till we have control?
Give me 5 minutes, and the corpse will...
I'm picking up an Arquebus MT squad.
Well, guess who showed up early? Looks like you're up already, tourist. Give him the old RAD welcome.
We have to see this through. Raven, I'll support you.
Don't let them near the tower, tourist.
Normalization process B1. Plasma cannons ready.
We've got access to support weaponry. Use them if you need the help.
tourist. Go clear them out.
I've got high-level access now. 2 more minutes and it's ours.
Wait, we've got something else.
No vital signs. They're suicide drones.
Playing for keeps. Make sure you don't miss, Taurus.
Shields offline.
You're in trouble now.
Reinforcements. There's a lot of them.
Looks like they're falling over each other to get your autograph, tourist.
Raven, heavily armed LC.
Yes. Indeed.
Good job holding out, tourist. Now I'll show you what this city really is.
The water level's falling. The whole city's rising.
You can thank Walter for the tip. I give you the colony ship, Xylem. Walter's parting gift. Let me fill you in on the plan. While you were captured, Arquebus finished their work on the vascular plant. It's pulling the coral through Rubicon's atmosphere, and it won't be long till they take it all. We need to burn the coral before it's too late. Of course,
I'm really happy for Arun. He really has super picked up in the last few days to weeks. Like, he was talking about. I'm proud of him. He's really expanded his platform. That's really cool. I'm happy for him.
It's a giant powder keg. Plenty to set all that coral off.
Is that the Observer's plan? The corporations want only to devour the coral. The Observers fear the coral and want only to eradicate it. I believe in the shared potential of humanity and the coral. Raven, I need to ask you something.
Agreed. Goofy people win frequently, but people with integrity typically get to the top.
Here's the situation, tourist. Arquebus has sent its entire force after the Xylem. We're trying to fend them off, but honestly, we've got our backs to the wall right now. That's where you come in.
Very true.
Leave the grunts to Chatty and the others. I've found someone just right for you. V1 Freud, the ace leading the corporate force. Walter left me one last card to play. You. Once you're in, there's no turning back. Can I count on you?
Raven,
Yeah, I'm addicted to sunflower seeds.
I'm sorry.
Sunflowers are mad useful. There's a lot in my neighborhood.
System activating combat mode.
All right, let's roll. We've still got time until V1 deploys. Deal with the corpse heavy hitters first. We need you to have a chance at winning this. No pressure, tourist.
D2, situation report, sir. We've engaged the independent mercenary.
So that's as much as me.
I've got fires to put out on the ground. By all means, take charge of the triviality.
Get a load of the big mouth on him.
My machine is breaking up!
Target destroyed. Keep it up, tourist.
We're taking a pounding, Chief. Looks like they boosted some of the PCA's best hardware.
Hear that, tourist? Let Chatty handle the starboard wing for now. You need to deal with the target.
Visuals on the independent mercenary, sir. Understood. Eliminated!
Now we've got an HC. Guess Archivist likes to recycle too. At least that PCA kid isn't going to waste.
Mercy business. D2, sir. V1 ready to... Mercenary.
Looks like we've secured the area. Resupply while you can.
Enemy reinforcements, Chief. Too many to handle.
Where do they even find all these people? Go give Chatty a helping hand, tourist.
Chief, enemy detected. Coming in hot.
The Superior Kevin, it's good to see you.
V1. Freud's making his move. Hurry it up, tourist.
Kept me waiting, tourist.
You made it. Chatty, good job pulling it.
Did what I could. Now we can fight back.
I'm reading multiple LCs. And a pulse protection drone.
I'll move up front and draw their fire.
weren't so trivial after all. Never mind. That's what we have V1 for.
You must be Raven. Never sparred with one of Walter's hounds before. This had better be worth it. Let's get this trash out of the way.
Chetty! Chetty, he's...
AI-controlled AC, always the same.
Tourist.
2 repair kits remain.
I haven't seen moves like that before. Interesting.
This is no time for fun and games, Freud. Our objective is to seize this island. You can ignore the hunt.
Yes, Snail. You're right. Now then, let's continue.
AP at 50%. Left-hand ammunition at 50%. AP
Glad I chose your company over Snail's. You fight like a hound on the hunt. At this altitude, I'm expecting a scavenger bird.
Sorry, tourist. Watch those laser drones. Takes serious skill to use them the way he does.
AP at 50%.
What a glorious view. What I wouldn't give to fight like this forever.
Show him that we're not doing this for fun.
AP at 30%.
No, more. Get up. The fun's only just begun.
Yo, definitely message me. We'll get together.
Let's get this trash out of the way.
Chetty! Chetty, he's...
AI-controlled AC, always the same.
Tourist. I was right to bet on you, tourist. Me, Walter, Chetty. We were all counting on you.
Incoming comms.
Yeah, Freud sounds intense.
Just went to say goodbye to Chatty. He was an AI I developed. Could have moved him into a new body, but... well, I never could bring myself to back him up. Be like taking the life out of him. You seem like you've lost someone too. Hope I'm just imagining things. I'll brief you on the job, tourist. The Xylem is just inside the Karman line, skimming the border of outer space. Meanwhile, Arquebus still hasn't taken full control over Rubicon's closure system. They're locked out of the satellite cannons, making this their last line of defense. We'll be fighting their interceptor fleet in the air. But we're not totally screwed. This area of space is thick with residual coral from the fires of Ibis. Take a dip in the coral flow, and you could draw on an unlimited source of energy. That's all, tourist. Break through the fleet, and the vascular plan is ours. Time to do or die. Let's get our laughs while we can.
Yo is at the game. That's what's up.
Main system activating combat mode.
Let the games begin. Hope you don't mind a little friendly competition. Whoops. Looks like I got the first point.
Locking approach to the vascular plant. Main fleet, hold the defensive line.
Bagged one yourself, huh? We're 1-1.
We've got eyes on the independent mercenary. Prioritize fire on Raven.
Yikes, tourist. Looks like they want you dead first. Tough break. It's not easy being popular. Two down. Not bad, tourist. Looks like all your fans are dying to see you, tourist. Blast your way through. We're cleaning up.
We've lost the Vanguard. Main fleet, maintain formation.
What's that? We're under attack? Tourist! Unidentified AC on the Xylem. Head back, pronto!
Here we are, buddy. I was right all along. You were just another threat to Rubicon.
It's that Vesper. That's no Archivist AC.
Even with the combined might of the corporations, I couldn't stop you. But this new AC can.
Well, that explains it. I don't know why, but it looks like he was using...
Warning. Well, it's afternoon now, but good to see y'all.
the corpse, too.
Left shoulder ammunition at 50%. AP at 50%.
Always were at your best under pressure, buddy. But this instant, farewell, buddy. Things will change, but I'll remember you.
It's that Vesper. That's no Archivist AC.
Even with the combined might of the corporations, I couldn't stop you. But this new AC can.
Well, that explains it. I don't know why, but it looks like he was using the corpse, too.
They've always been after Rubicon, taking what they can get. Someone has to put an end to this injustice.
Look at me, tourist. Just make sure you win this.
2 repair kits remaining. AP at 50%. AP at 30%.
Always were at your best under pressure, buddy. But this ends here and now.
AP at 50%. No repair.
You flew just out of reach. Buddy.
Buddy, huh? Do him a favor, tourist. Remember him.
What up, Vulcan?
Satellite cannons? This isn't right. There's no way the corpse took the closure system. Who's controlling them?
Augmented Human C4621. Entering standard mode.
I saw it after I saw you were in here. I don't pay attention. Not as many people watch on my YouTube. I wish more people would. I would honestly rather be on YouTube than Twitch, but you know how that goes. Nah, I haven't played MK1 yet. Yeah, I still have 11. I'm about to get one though. Yo, Cam, it's been a minute. Good to see you.
Raven. I was the one who fired the satellite cannons. I know that you've made your choice. Then I must do my duty. As a Rubiconian. I'm waiting at the closure station. Come to me, Raven.
Yeah, I can imagine you're busy, Cam. I hope everything's been well with you. Hope you're doing all right.
This ship's pretty roughed up. Autopilot's out. We'll have to do it the old-fashioned way. I'll leave the satellites to you, tourist.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for coming in and stopping in for a second, Cam.
Got a sense of humor.
Good luck with everything. I hope everything is good for you.
Good luck out there.
Raven. I know you can still see it. The voices of the coral. And yet you turned your back on our shared potential. You want to silence us forever. Raven, I will stop you. You will never burn Rubicon.
Definitely gonna play story mode.
Main system activating combat mode.
I will stop you and the Cylon. Carrying our shared resolve on the wings of this machine. Symbiosis, a shared life. I saw the potential for our future within you. You and I could have walked together.
AP at 50%. AP at 30%. AP at 50%. AP at 30%.
Raven, you are strong, dangerous. I will hold nothing back.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you have to.
Main system activating combat mode.
I will stop you and the Cylon, carrying our shared resolve on the wings of this machine. This is a shared life. I saw the potential for our future. You and I could have walked together.
At 50%. AP at 30%. One repair kit remaining.
Dangerous. I will hold nothing back.
I don't know what the fuck that even was. That was wild though.
At 30%. No repair kits remaining. AP at 50%. AP at 30%.
I will stop the Cylon.
No.
Main system activating combat mode.
I will stop you and the Cylon, carrying our shared resolve
system activating combat mode.
I will stop you and the Cylon, carrying our shared resolve on the wings of this machine. Symbiosis and shared life. I saw the potential for our future within you. You and I could have walked together.
2 repair kits remaining.
Back.
At 30%.
I realize what you are. The spark of war. Fires that haunt Rubicon.
Special ammunition at 50%. Lead right-hand ammunition.
You were the only one.
Main system activating combat mode.
I will stop you and the Cylon, carrying our shared resolve on the wings of this machine. Symbiosis and shared life. I saw the potential for our future within you. You and I could have walked together.
At 30%.
enclosure station. Come to me, Raven.
This ship's pretty roughed up. Autopilot's out. We'll have to do it the old-fashioned way.
Main system activating combat mode.
I will stop you and the Cylon, carrying our shared resolve on the wings of this machine. Symbiosis and shared life. I saw the potential for our future within you. You and I could have walked together.
AP at 30%.
You are strong. I realize what you are. A spark of war. Fires that haunt Rubicon. Magnificent sisters. You were the only one.
Main system activating combat mode.
I will stop you and the Cylon, carrying our shared resolve on the wings of this machine. Symbiosis and shared life. I saw the potential for our future. You and I could have walked together.
AP at 30%. system. Activating combat mode.
I will stop you and the Cylon, carrying our shared resolve on the wings of this machine. Symbiosis, a shared love. I saw the potential for our future within you. You and I could have walked together.
AP at 30%.
Yeah, my mic was muted. Sorry. What up, Obscure? How you been? Working like crazy? Yeah. I just got a new job myself, so I know that feel. I definitely know that feel.
Main system activating combat mode.
I will stop you and the silo.
This is gonna be my last attempt, and I'm gonna go get these new guitar strings. Restring my damn guitar.
Nothing back.
2 repair kits remaining.
I realize what you are. The spark of war. Fires that haunt Rubicon. My brothers and sisters. Humanity wants to burn it all. Everything on Rubicon. I won't let you. Your fire must die.
AP at 30%.
I'll end this, Raven. Man, I feel relief.
Yeah.